God, I hate this new setup. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Alright, welcome back to Hanger 51. Let's see, this is the second show of 2022. I'm sorry, 2026. And daughter's birthday. Well, happy birthday to your daughter, Eric. Good for you. How old is she? Twins. 12-year-old twins. Wow. That's cool. That's got to be fun. How many times do they try to pull a gag on you to see if you can tell which one's which? Or are they not identical twins? Yeah, crappity crap crapping. Yeah. Yeah. No kidding. Crappity crap crapping. No doubt about it. So they're identical, but they're totally different personalities. So they can't fool you, huh? You know which one's which all the time. Well, that kind of takes the fun out of it, doesn't it? I would have thought that'd been kind of fun to have them tricking you all the time. Oh well. Oh golly. Mike Bird, what's up? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you, man. We'll wait for a few more people to get here. Let's see. What was I going to tell you? I went flying today. First time this year. My first flights this year. Let's see. Eric, what's up? EQ, what are you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, went flying. I tried out my new Hobbyline batteries. They seem to be fine, pretty good. I flew, how many of them? I flew 3 of them. 3 of the 5. I got 5 batteries. I flew 3 of them. And pretty good. Can't complain. They seem to work just fine. Yeah, I figured it out. Yeah, I know what it is. I haven't fixed it yet, but it's actually been behaving better. So it's kind of fixing itself. But yeah, if you overfill, if you keep filling your neck, and your tank, and keep filling, and it clicks off, and you keep filling, forcing more gas into it to get that extra gallon, what happens is it goes into your, at least on a GM product, it goes into your canister, your charcoal canister. The raw fuel gets in the canister because it's a bad design. Okay, GM did a really bad design. And then once that charcoal gets wet, it clogs up the ability for that canister to purge the air, the vacuum, or the pressure in it. So what happens is it instead of allowing the air to escape as you're pumping air, fuel in, the tank has to let the air out, and it doesn't let the air out, and that's what kicks off the fuel, the pump. So I haven't been overfilling my tank at all anymore, and it's getting better. It's obviously the canister's drying itself. So I'm able to pump it faster and faster each time I go. It's still a pain in the butt, and I'm probably still what they do on the YouTube is they take the charcoal canister out of the vehicle, and then they take a long screwdriver and shove it up in the hole and break all the charcoal up and pour it out on the ground, and and get it all out of the canister, and then the tank works perfect. Of course, you don't have that filtration anymore, so we're just letting raw gas fumes into the air instead of filtered ones through the charcoal. But yeah, so that's their fix, and I'm not sure I'm gonna go there yet. I'm gonna keep just being gentle with the fill to see if it'll air out on its own, to the point of fixing itself. And if it does, then I'm good. And if it doesn't, then I'll start breaking it up and get it out of there. So, but yeah, that seems to be the problem. And more, several channels have reported the same thing, the same reason and the same fix, other than just buying a new charcoal canister and replacing it. So, no, when I got the truck, it didn't do that. It was, I created the problem. It's my fault. I kept shoving more and more fuel in it to try to get longer distances when I would travel, go somewhere. Because I've been, when I went to get the lift and the tailgate, I drove all the way to Virginia and back. And every time I filled up on that trip, I was overfilling the tank deliberately. So I caused the problem. It was my fault. So yeah, don't overfill your tanks, guys. It's at least a GM car. I don't know what Ford or the other companies do, but I know GM, their design, the fuel canister is lower than the gas tank, and everybody knows gravity's on, so the fuel goes down and right into the canister. So if the canister was above the fuel tank, it would be a lot harder to get fuel, forced up into the canister filter. But yeah, so anyway, so yeah, I always fill my tank, but on the trip I overfilled it deliberately, and so I caused my own problem. So lesson learned, won't do that anymore. I now I know how to fix it. So but yeah, that's so the UMX Viper. Well, I have the Hobby King version of it, and it's a nice little jet, the Hobby King one. I like it. I haven't flown it yet. I need to fly it, but I took it out of the box, and it's a pretty cool little jet. So, but yeah, I saw the UMX version. It's probably, what is it, $220, I would guess. Yeah, I know. I paid $86 for the Hobby King version. And Horizon's going to want $220 probably. I would guess anyway. So Roy, what's up? Good to see you, man. Yeah, if you ain't wrecking them, you're checking them. So anyway, yeah, my fault. I just gotta take the blame for it. I caused my own problem. But it seems to be fixing itself. So the last time I filled up, it wasn't actually too bad. I had to, well, the gas station I was at, I could actually put it on the lowest volume set, click and hold, and it went for several gallons before it kicked off. Usually it doesn't even go to half a gallon and it kicks off. And this one went for 7. I think it went 3 gallons the first time, and then it went I think 2 gallons the second time, and then I backed off for a little while, let the air get ahead of the fueling, and then I was able to go another 3 gallons. So yeah, it was definitely getting a lot better. Not all the way there, but Keith Christie, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. So anyway, so I hate my new studio layout. This thing sucks. I don't know why YouTube can't leave shit alone. Man, this is terrible. I can't see nothing. You know, it's just so stupid the way they did this. You know, if I lower the screen resolution far enough to see what's going on in the chat, then the chat's too small to read. So I can't distinguish one from the other. It's just terrible. I wish YouTube, oh, we're trying to make it better. We're making, no, you're just fucking it up. You're not making it better. You're just fucking it up. So, please, just stop fucking it up. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. All right? Those are words to live by. So, but, yeah. So, anyway. Is my sound okay tonight? Everything's good on the sound? It's not a Godzilla movie. My lips are matching the audio, and tell us how you really feel. I just did. Yeah. Oh, I missed that. Let me back that up. Okay, so what was... Now, where'd it go? Well, yeah, of course, Eric. That's their big push now. That's why they did away with the elite program and started this full throttle program. The full throttle people, the only people that are going to benefit from the full throttle program are people that buy smart batteries and smart chargers. And that's their whole new full throttle program. So yeah, I'm probably not going to be buying anything from Horizon anymore. I'm probably done with Horizon. I'm certainly not going to buy that little Viper. That's not. How much is it? Did anybody? I don't think I missed it. Did anybody post up what the cost of that stupid thing is? Yeah, I'm guessing it's $220. Because their last jet was in the $200 range, I think, if I remember right. So, I'm guessing. Yeah, Mike, you get telemetry. Are you using it? Are you using your telemetry? Well, that's why I have my telemetry talking to me. You're right. I don't look at my radio. I have my radio tell me what my battery voltage is, and you can do it either on a timer every 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, or you can hook it to a switch, and every time you press a button or flip a switch, it'll tell you what the voltage is. So you can, you can. Your radio talks. It'll talk to you. So, but everybody tells me my radio talks too much. Yeah, Eric's hit the nail on the head. I've been doing this telemetry thing for 11 years now. Because with Radio Master and FR Sky, you don't need telemetry batteries. Those radios can do it on any battery. I don't need to buy smart batteries to get telemetry. No lips don't match. No lips don't match, or my lips do match. Is that a double negative? What does that mean? No lips don't match. No, my lips are ahead of the rate of the audio. Okay, all right. So we got a Godzilla movie again. That's lovely. Philip, what's up? How you doing, man? All right, let me see if I can make it better. I'm losing my keyboard. Oh, God. All right, let me go here, and then let's go back to... I'll give you that for a second while I play with my audio. Okay, well, that says it's on the right mic. Let me look here. What is it doing? All right. Well, it says it's on the correct microphone. So, do, re, mi, to... Okay. Hang on. So, is that sound any better with the car up there? I know you can't see my lips, but is the sound any better or worse? Let me know if the sound is any different, because I don't know what microphone that is. Hang on a minute, I'll find out. I gotta switch this, and then I can see what microphone is. Where's the audio? Yeah, that one says it's on the same microphone also. That's interesting. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on it, see if it catches up. Maybe it'll catch up. All right, let me scroll back down here. Get caught up here. Okay. Oh, don't go that far. Hang on. $200. Yeah, that's what I figured. 220, 200. Yes, I won't pay $200 for a UMX. So I won't be buying that jet. As a matter of fact, I might go find the Hobby King one. I mean, I don't know exactly where it is at the moment. But I might go get it. Oh, well, you know what though? It's not a 30 millimeter. I think it's either a 40 or I'll just look it up. I'm gonna look it up. You still have a local hobby shop? Wow, good for you. Holy crap! I know I'm way behind. I'm catching up. Man, there's no hobby shops around here. They all closed up. At least it'll fit in the bloody McLaren. Oh, you poor thing. My heart's bleeding for you there, Mike. Oh, you poor thing. You can't get your little airplanes in your P1. Go fuck yourself, buddy. Dave Zarcia is back to radio silence. Oh, is he? Okay. All right, I'm almost caught up. Hang on a minute here. The sound is fine. Okay. Been building a gas station. Oh, you're building a gas station for your trains? Cool. That's cool, Eric. I think that's what's going in above here. I think the bedroom area above me, which is, it's 20 by 28. Okay, so it's a big ass room above me. That's how big the hobby room is here, and I might make that, at least part of that, a train room. That's what I'm thinking I'm gonna do. So I can put some pretty big layouts in that area. So I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do yet, but we'll see. Oh, Rod Stewart has a train layout? No kidding. That's interesting. I didn't know that. David, what's up? How you doing, man? Crystal, good to hear from you guys. Happy New Year. Okay. Oh, I thought I was caught up. Hang on a minute. It just jumped a little again. Let me, Juno, what's up? How you doing, man? All right, so we've got quite a few people in here. All right, so I want to talk to you guys about a couple of things. Michael Bear, what's up? Good to see you guys. Glad you're here, man. Dan, it's good to see you. Who else is here? I think I'm caught up. It keeps jumping. Stop jumping, damn it. Did I watch the video of the Super Snoopy? I started to, I think, and then I had to stop it. I think I got a phone call or something. Remind me, what was the Super Snoopy? What was that? I started to watch it. What the hell was it? I can't remember what it was. Joe Habib, what's up? How you doing, man? Wow, good to see you. All right, so here's the first thing I want to talk about. Have you guys heard about the new? I think we talked about it a little bit, but I think we jumped off it too long or too quick, and I didn't really get a consensus. So I'm wondering what you guys think is going to happen. This new ban on batteries and motors and ESCs and what do you guys, what's your take on that? What do you guys think? Are they gonna include everything? Are we gonna get lumped into that crap like we got lumped into we have to register our drones because our airplanes are now drones, because they're stopping the drone, drone parts coming in. So I don't know. Do you guys think we're going to get lumped into that or what? Somebody dug a hole and pulled all the copper out? Yeah. Yeah, that'll happen. So Dave says he thinks we'll be exempt. Well, you got more faith than I do, buddy. You sure do, but I hope you're right. It's not going to happen. It's a farce. Okay, all right. That'd be even better. No, just transmuting. No, they listed it, and I watched two different channels talk about it, and they listed every component that was on the list, including transmitters, motors, batteries, ESCs. Yeah, it was. It wasn't just limited to transmitters. They were banning parts. Now I don't know how do they know the difference between a drone part and an airplane part, especially for flight tests, because flight tests, their planes are all built on drone parts. It's pretty much every motor and ESC that flight test uses for their little kits are drone parts. So I don't know how that's going to. Boy, that's probably killing them. I know, Mike. You keep up with them. Have they talked about it at all? What are they talking about on that? The AMA commented on it yesterday. They don't seem to know either. Well, the AMA isn't doing shit for us. I'm not even sure I'm going to re-up my subscription. I'm so pissed off at them because when this whole drone thing, they didn't even show up. They didn't even go to the White House to talk about it. They just blew it under the rug, and Josh from Flight Test was the only one that showed up to fight for us. So, and then he was going to get us our own insurance so we didn't have to go to AMA anymore. And I think that fell through, or I haven't heard any more about that. Have you heard any more about that, Mike? They were, Josh talked about having their own, insurance, to do away with, so you didn't have to be a member of AMA. You could just join their group and have flight insurance and stuff. Was that a twin engine plane, Roy? Oh, Dan. Oh, okay. So Josh Baldwin put up something. Yeah. And what was his take on it? Oh, well, we all knew the ID shit was going to bomb. That's why I didn't bother to get one. Well, Bill, what's up? Missed you, buddy. Where happened? Where you been? No flight. Monday. No, we haven't heard from you. Are you okay? Everything all right? You guys keep going dark on us, man. You scare the hell out of us. I need crash insurance, Joe. Oh, it was a DC-7 four engine. Okay. All right, I'll rewatch it. I started watching it. Like I said, I got distracted. I had to stop. But I did start watching it. I just couldn't remember. I knew it was multi-engine, so it was four engines. Okay. Everything's good? Okay. Great. Thank you, Wild Bill. I'm glad to hear that. Um, Yeah, so this is completely separate of the DJI ban. All right, this isn't like piggybacking onto the This is a entirely separate issue. The DJI thing is set. Boom. This is entirely new, totally separate issue, and I don't know what's going to happen. Slinging drywall mud. Oh, God, I hate that job. Yeah, Josh is pretty on top of this shit. He stays pretty informed. So was that DC-7 being was it in the unlimited class? Is that where they were racing that thing? All right, so quick weather update for you guys. Not trying to rub it in or nothing, but it was 80 degrees today. Very light winds. Just a low humidity. It was a beautiful day. Beautiful day in Florida in January. 80 degrees, sunny, nice breeze. Really, Yep. So, Roy, if you want to move to Florida, guys, Roy. just saying, not trying to rub it in or anything, but just saying. Yeah, well, unless they open the box, how are they going to know what's in it, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the hell's A lot of air racing footage. I'll watch it definitely. Yeah, I'm glad you reminded me, Roy, because I forgot about it. Like I said, I started to watch it, and then I got distracted. And now that you're telling me that, I definitely want to watch it. So I'll definitely watch it. So the DC-7 didn't have to pit. Everybody else did. They had to pit. So they had to land and get gas? Really? No kidding. Wow, I've never seen that. That'd be interesting. How long ago was this? What year? In the 70s. Well, that's where I live, Joe. I'm in Spring Hill. That's exactly where I am. So I'm here. So now you have family and friends in Spring Hill. I think it's time to get a new wife. just a suggestion. But yeah, if that's the only thing holding you up, yeah, I think it's time to get a new wife. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I'm gonna miss you, honey. Goodbye. Yeah. Yeah. It's good advice, Roy. You should take me up on it also. Remember, guys, I'm not married anymore. There's a reason for that. Yep. No wife, new life. Yep. uh, all right, guys. Totally new topic. You ready for this one now? Now, listen. I'm going to call you guys out on this. So, don't just assume you know. Make sure you know. Google it, and then let me know. Because I'm going to Google it. If you give me the wrong answer, I'm going to Google it, and then I'm going to call you out on it. Okay? And the reason I bring this up is because I'm surprised how many people don't know this. My attorney didn't know this. A paralegal I'm dealing with didn't know it from Social Security. A couple of my friends didn't know this. So I want to know how many of you guys know this. And it may differ from state to state. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. But I'm going to call you out on it. If you give me the wrong answer, I'm going to Google it. So don't guess. If you don't know the answer for sure, then Google it and then tell me what the answer is. Okay? So here's the question. Okay? All right. So in Florida, and I'm pretty sure it's the whole country, but I could be wrong. We don't pay sales tax on food. Now that's non-processed food. If you go to a restaurant, yes, you pay sales tax. If it's soda, carbonated drinks, yes, you pay sales tax. I believe on a rotisserie chicken that's already been cooked, I believe you pay sales tax. The ready-made meals that are already cooked and everything, and then all you do is heat up, I believe you pay sales tax. But I'm talking butter, milk, eggs, beef, pork, chicken that's in packages, not pre-cooked, not pre-processed. We don't pay sales tax on any of that. And even my attorney, which really surprised me, didn't know that. He thought we paid sales tax on everything. So I want to know, in your state, is it the same way? Do you pay sales tax on food or not? All right. And like I said, don't guess, because if you're wrong, I'm going to call you out on it. We pay taxes on our taxes. What, your wife asked you how many planes you had for the 100th time tonight? And what's your standard answer? You just keep giving her the same number, whatever it is, 10. Yeah, I have 10, honey. I still have 10. I only have 10. Then me and the dummy get married again. Yeah. I've never gotten remarried again. I didn't do that. She keeps coming back, but I haven't married her. Yeah, Michael. I could always, go to the villages. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. It's looking like it's closer and closer all the time. It's really not that far away. I guess I could drive over there. Yeah, yeah. So in Washington, no tax on most groceries. Okay. Yeah, whatever I have plus one. Yeah, that's your answer. Yeah, that's what you tell her. Whatever I have, honey, plus one. What was the what did I give you last time I answered that question? How many were they? Okay, so it's that plus one. Deb stopped asking. She she gave up. She just she don't even ask anymore. In Kansas, we pay tax on everything, including hookers. Oh God. Oh, without a doubt. All right. I mean, we used to joke about it, but not anymore. It's the truth. Without a doubt, a hooker's definitely cheaper than a wife. Without a doubt. I mean, way cheaper. So, yeah, that's an actual absolute fact now. A hooker's way cheaper than a wife. Sad to say that, but it's the truth. Your son's in Seattle right now? No kidding, Mike. How old's your son? Right. That's the big one, Roy. The hooker will leave when you ask. Okay, time for you to go. Yep. Yeah, I've already gone through that once. I'm never going to do that again. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, it's time for you to go. I'm not leaving and you can't make me. Okay. Really? 27. No kidding. What's he doing here? What's he do for a living? Oh, no tax on clothing either. Oh, good, Joe. Yeah, we only have that, during school, going back to school sales. They do a no tax on clothing for I think a week. The week before the kids go back to school, they kill the tax on clothing. So it's once a year for a week. But the groceries are all the time. Yeah. All right, here we go. I told you guys I was going to call you out, so here we go. All right, let's see what we got here. Do we pay sales tax on groceries in Kansas? In Kansas, you do not pay sales tax on most groceries as of January 1, 2025. But you still may have to pay local city and county sales tax. So that the rate on state sales tax is 0 now on groceries. So that's kind of a catch-22. He does music for the BBC. No kidding. Really? Is he at some kind of a job market thing here, or something to do with his work, or is he on vacation? All right, here we go. Let's do it again. Do we pay sales tax on groceries in Iowa? So it says generally, food and food ingredients are exempt from Iowa sales tax. That's interesting. Hang on a minute. This continues. Okay, so here in Iowa, this is what is taxable in food: alcoholic beverages, candy, dietary supplements, food sold through vending machines, prepared food. So that's McDonald's, Burger King, that's prepared food. So they tax that. Soft drinks, same thing here, carbonated drinks. And tobacco. Yep. So all that's the same here. So if it's none of those things, then it's not taxed in Iowa. Same here. We don't pay sales tax on everything except these, candy, dietary supplements, food solid sold through vending machines, prepared food. So I'm not positive if you buy a rotisserie chicken at Publix, for instance. I'm not positive if I pay sales tax on that or not. I don't think we do on that particular item, but I'm not positive. So I don't know. That kind of falls under the prepared food group, but really? I mean, all they're doing is cooking it, I don't know if you consider cooking it prepared. They're not cutting it up and putting it in a sandwich. That would be prepared. So that's a gray area. I can't answer that one myself. I don't know. So, anyway, I thought that was interesting because I was talking to my attorney loves electric vehicles. I might have the wrong attorney. No, I like him. He's a good guy. I really like him. I think he's going to do well for me. But anyway, But yeah, he loves electric vehicles because he doesn't have to pay anything to fill them up. He drives for free. And I'm like, well, not really, but anyway. And I said, well, and we got talking about they're trying to do away with property tax here in Florida. Our governor is pushing hard, real hard, to completely obliterate property tax in Florida for your homesteaded home. In other words, the home you live in. If you have investment property that you rent, no, you're going to pay sales tax on that, or property tax, I should say, on that. But the home you live in, you don't pay. He's trying to do away with paying sales tax, and property tax. And God, I hope that passes. His friend bought a bar in Seattle. Oh, no kidding. Okay. So we were talking about it, and then I told him, I said, well, if he said, well, they're probably not going to be able to do that because they need to get money somewhere. They're going to raise sales tax. And I said, yeah, that's fine. I don't care if they raise sales tax. I only have to pay it if I buy something. I'm not buying anything. So, and he says, well, you got to buy food. And I said, well, food's not taxed. He goes, yeah, it is. No, it's not. You don't pay sales tax on food. And he looked at me like I had 6 heads. Yeah, you do. Go look at your grocery receipt, okay? The only thing you're paying sales tax on is like soap, dish soap or laundry detergent, Now, baked goods, that's another one. That could be considered prepared. If you bake cookies, you put all the ingredients, so that might be taxable. I don't know. That one I'm not sure on either. So there's a couple of those gray areas. But I can buy steaks and pork chops and chicken and fish all day long, milk, eggs, and I don't pay sales tax on any of that. So I was really shocked how many people I've talked to recently that don't know that you don't pay sales tax on food. Right? It's amazing how many people don't know that. So I just thought I'd throw it out there for you guys. I wanted to see how educated you guys are. Yeah, I love my governor too, Michael. Yeah, I guess he can make it an executive order. He's trying not to go that route, but it might come to that. Because now what they're trying to do now is confuse the issue. Okay, we're not going to give you, and this is how they do it. This is the game they play. And here's the example I heard. Let's see, if I own a coffee shop and I've got 100 people in my store, and I say, listen, today I'm going to give a free cup of coffee, but it's the cappuccino, okay? So if 60% of you agree on the cappuccino, then everybody gets a free coffee, a cappuccino. But you have to agree that that's the one you want. Okay? So you only have one choice. Well, 2 choices, yes or no. But if 60% say yes, then everybody gets a free cup of coffee, a cappuccino. Okay? So that would be easy to pass. Okay? If you only have 2 choices, who's not going to get a free coffee? You're going to, even if you hate cappuccino, you'd probably still take it if it's free. Right? So, but no, that's not how they're going to do it. They're going to give you, the same 100 people now have got 6 different choices. But you're only going to get the free coffee if 60% of you agree on one of the 6 choices. Well, that ain't never going to happen. You're never going to get 100 people to agree. 60% of those people agree on one choice if you've got 6 choices to pick from. So, and that's the game they play. So, they don't get 60% on any of them, so nobody gets a free cup of coffee. There you go. And that's what they're trying. They're going to pass a bill where you get sales tax on this, or but not on that, or this way, and they're going to give you 6 choices, and then nobody will agree, or 60% won't agree on any of them, and then nothing gets passed. And we'll still be paying property taxes. And that's what the governor hopes isn't going to happen. So he's got a fight ahead of him. But I sure hope he wins it. I really do. Because like he says, you don't own your home. You're just renting it. You paid it off years ago. You're on a fixed income, and every year they bump your property tax. And people are literally having to sell their homes in Florida and move into assisted living facilities or out of the state, go somewhere, whatever, because they can't afford the property taxes. Because they're on a fixed income and they can't, they keep raising the tax and they can't afford it. So they have to sell their home that they paid off years ago and move into something else. They have to go somewhere else or downsize and it's wrong. It shouldn't happen. That's just no way to live. That should never happen. So I'm hoping that he's going to win this. I can beat that price, Michael. When I went up to see my brother, I forget what state I was in. I think I paid $1.62 for E85. I think I paid somewhere like $1.60 or $1.30. I forget. Yeah, for E85. Right now it's two. I think it's like $2.30 here right now. It was $2.02 at one place. It was down to $2.02 for the E85 here. But yeah, I paid way less than that on my trip. $2.66 here in Boise. Yeah. So yeah. So you might be right. Gas price, because Trump reopened our pipeline that bonehead closed. We have our own fucking oil, and he shuts it off. What sense did that make? Why on earth would we do that? So Trump reopened our pipeline, so we're using our own oil again. So there's no reason for our oil prices not to go down. So diesel's $2.99. That's better than here. I think our diesel's over $3. Yeah, I think our diesel's like $3.50, $3.70, I think, here. It's more expensive than regular gas. The highest priced gas we have is diesel right now. Used to be low. Cheap. Diesel used to be cheap. Now it's not, and it's the least amount of diesel is the closest thing to crude oil there is. I mean, it takes a lot less refining to make diesel. Right? And they're charging more for it. How does that figure? What the hell is that? That doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. No, Eric, we have a very low cost of living here. Very, very low cost of living. That's why I moved here. It's way cheaper to live here. Well, yeah. Now we're we're running the country, but we're not listening. We didn't do this to get the oil. Okay, we did this to help the Venezuelan people. I mean, they were living they're living just like North Korean. If you live in North Korea, they turn your power off at night. You're just living in squander. And that's how they were doing in Venezuela. You know, so these people. There was an interview. There was a girl that moved here to get out of Venezuela, and they interviewed her, and she told everybody about the living conditions in Venezuela and how bad it was. And and she told everybody, listen, you cannot judge, that, oh, we shouldn't have done this, and you don't know. She said, you don't know what were living, what kind of living, we had there. You don't know. So she was applauding what Trump did, and even though people are saying that we should have never done that, and no, that's you know, I'm surprised we haven't done it to North Korea yet. That might be coming. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. Well, Eric, I don't think we did it to stop the oil. We did it to stop China and Russia from taking over Venezuela and being under their rule. That was the main focus. It wasn't just for the oil. We don't need their oil. I mean, we can use it and we will, but that's a trade though. That we're going to trade goods for the oil. That's what started World War II, guys. I don't know if you guys know that or not, but it was sanctioning of trade. It was all about trade. That's what started World War II. Okay, Japan didn't like the trade agreements we had with them, and the way they stopped, they thought they were going to win that battle was by starting a war with us. So, and that's what this was about. Venezuela is an ally of ours, or was, and we needed to take charge before Russia or China invaded them. So, same thing's going to happen with Taiwan. The difference why they haven't gone there yet is because we have military bases in Taiwan. You know, so they're going to have to directly attack the United States of America's military to take Taiwan. So we'll see how that goes. I don't think that's going to happen. So is that true, Dan? Biden put a bounty on the Venezuelan dictator. How come $25 million? Fuck, I'd have gone over there and killed him for that. Shit. How come I never heard that one? Oh, Trump put a $50 million? Man, you guys need to tell me this shit. Fuck, I'd have packed a bag a week ago. Man, I'd have gone there. Wow. I never heard any of that about a bounty on the leader of Venezuela. It was 10, and then Biden upped it to 25, and then Trump upped it to 50. So who collected it? Who got? Did anybody get it? I guess we did. Our military did it. So did they get the 50 mil? I know. I missed out. Damn. Wish I'd have known that. SEAL Team 51. There you go. and, we got all three. You know, the dictator and his two sidekicks. All, you know, for the free shipping. Yeah, because with three you get free shipping. Oh my god, you guys are hilarious. Yeah, Trump just said something about Greenland. We're definitely going to do something in Greenland. So that'll be the next big one. You know, we're going to have a big military push to Greenland, I think. That's going to come next. All right, Shadow. You have a good night, buddy. We'll catch you later. You're gonna open a couple of daycare centers so you can buy more planes. Yep, yep. That's what Trump said. He's we're gonna get Greenland next. Yeah, well, it's these we try to just mind our own business, but everybody keeps dragging us into these wars. We're totally independent. We don't need all this other shit. You know, and but this is how you get along in the world. This is, like I said, this is what started World War II. Was Japan and our trade agreement with Japan was that's what we were fighting over. That's what started the war. They couldn't agree on a trade agreement. So, basically we told Japan we don't need your shit. We're not gonna whatever they wanted. I don't know if it was tariffs or what the hell they wanted, but we just told them no. We don't want your goods, and so that's how they started the war. Because we told them no, we're not doing that, and so I don't know why. I don't know. I'm not political. I couldn't tell you really what the fuck, but yeah, I agree. The world's a big enough place for everybody. We really don't need to go to war with anybody. Let's just everybody mind their own fucking business and take care of your own country. And if you can trade with another country and it works out and it's good for both of you, great. And if not, then don't trade with them. Move on. But no. We're going to start a war over it. Nope. No traditional dump tonight. I didn't eat today. So there's nothing to dump. No dumping. We're in a no dump zone. I went flying all day. And The only thing I've had to eat all day today was 2 slices of pizza, a cheeseburger with no bun, just the meat, and some peach cobbler. A little piece of peach. That's all I've had to eat. So, and I took a little dump when I came home before I went live. So, I'm dumped out. I'm clean as a whistle. There's no dumping tonight. I might have to pee because I'm drinking. You know, I got my diet soda here. And I'm not going in the house tonight. I'm just going to pee next to the building. So, I shouldn't be gone long at all. Yeah, the no dump stream. Not even farting. Nope. I'm not gonna. What do they call that? I'm not gonna shard myself tonight. I'm not gonna fart. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. All right. So let's talk a little bit about airplanes. What's new and exciting? Anybody see anything they're excited about? I gotta say, I must have been right about the Super Tucano on my opinion of how great an airplane that is, because I don't know that China Hobby Line sells any other airplanes, and that's the one plane they wanted and got it. Whatever they did to get it, they're the ones selling it now. And their label is all over the box. I just put the box away today, and it's not just on the sides; it's on the front. They put their label all over it, and you're getting a better deal from them even than in Hobby King, because they're throwing a free battery in, and it's a nice battery. It's got to be a $40-50 battery, so you're still only paying about $4.99 for the airplane, and God, it's worth every bit of that. It's an excellent airplane. So, no Polish surprises. Polish or polish is. Yeah. So it really is, Michael. If there's one airplane that you need to buy, that's it. It's an awesome airplane. That's why I bought 2. That's why I bought the China Line one, because I wanted a second one. And with the free battery deal that was going on, it's the same price as the first one I bought. So, I couldn't say no. I had to buy it. So I flew it today again. Love that airplane. I flew my RV-8, my Super Tucano, the what the hell do they call that thing? I'll come back to that one. My 90mm Viper, and let's see, my F7F Tiger Cat, the Decathlon. What else? I think those are the only planes I flew more than once. So it was a pretty good day. It was a nice, relaxing, beautiful day. Nice breeze, sitting under the shade of the tree that I park under, and it was a great day. So, oh, there you go. A fart with a lump in it. Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, I've actually had to do that. So so that's a super airplane. A $200 UMX. No, that's not coming here. Maybe at Christmas, if this Christmas they're on sale for $99, maybe. But otherwise, no, not interested. I've got the last 5 UMXs I've bought were all on sale for $89 or $99. the Evolution, the Turbo Timber Evolution UMX. I bought 2 of those at $89 a piece. I bought another Waco, $99. The SR22, $99. These are all UMXs. Oh, the Timber X. That was $99. Bought that. Yep. Let's see, what else did I buy recently in a UMX? Because I don't generally buy them. And I'll tell you the biggest reason I don't like the UMXs is because they use tape for hinges, and if you fly it a lot, it falls apart. The tape hinges fall apart. That's what I love about my little UMX Tundra from Hobby King, the Micro Tundra. I've got 2 of those. It's got real nylon hinges in it. Not tape hinges like Hobby, Horizon's crap. It's got real nylon hinges in it. That plane's never gonna, I'll never wear that plane out. I love that little plane. That thing's awesome. All right, so I bought 2 of those. One's still in the box. The other one's on my bed in the house. Yeah, that's my biggest complaint with the UMXs. Is the Crescendo. I bought that. The UMX glider. Let's see, what else did I buy? That's about it. I think those are all the UMXs I've bought recently. I don't think there's any more. There might be another one. Let me think a minute. I had them in the trailer, so I'm trying to remember what UMXs I had in the trailer. I think that's it. I don't think there's any more. Oh, wait. No. I was thinking there was a jet of some kind, but no, can't be. Michael, how come you haven't bought the nose of a airliner and built a real flight simulator? How come you haven't done that? That's what I would have expected you to do. When they're crushing one of the old jets, why don't you buy the fucking nose and bring it home and put it in the garage, or hell, put it in the bedroom and to build a real flight simulator. Yeah, I use my full-size Timber X. That's my trainer. When I'm training somebody to fly, that's the plane I use for training. It's a super stable, easy to fly. It's just, I love that airplane. The full-size one. And the only reason I bought the mini one was because it's got just as many lights on it as the big one, and I thought that was really cool. So I bought it because of that. Mike Nolan, did you just get here? Or have I been overlooking you? Oh yeah, you've been here. Yeah, but I just missed right over you. Yeah. Hey, welcome. Good to see you, Mike. So John just did the AT6 from E-Flite. Yeah, that's a good airplane. I'm if they put that on sale this year, like at Christmas, I'll probably buy that one. You know, I like a AT6. I have the original one from Motion. It's actually a flight free wing AT6, not a flight line. You know, Freewing built it before Flightline existed, so I still have that. I still have the box. Um, so yeah, that's a nice AT6 Texan too. A little squirrely. I think I ended up putting a flight stabilizer in it only on the rudder. It doesn't. And the only thing it's stabilizing is the rudder. And I wasn't having a problem with it ground looping as much as it tip stalling, wing tip stalling, and the rudder. Putting the stabilization on the rudder only cured that. You know, I mean, I can slow it down when it finally tip stalls. Now it's already on the ground or an inch off the ground, so it might start to drop a wing, but the wheel's right there and it just lands. So that made a huge difference. Um, Send you free stuff too. Who's getting free stuff? Where'd you see that? Who's getting free stuff? Oh, yes, Mike. He's getting free stuff for the. Oh yeah. You're talking about John. Yeah. John's getting some free stuff. Good for him. I'm glad he's getting free stuff. So let's see what else is going on in airplanes. I haven't really been out looking. Maybe I should go look. Let's go see if we can find some new airplane shit, shall we? Because I haven't been looking. Been so busy with other shit right now. God, cars and my trip to Indiana. I've been busier than a one-armed wallpaper hanger. So I haven't looked anywhere. So let's go look. I'm gonna go to Tower first. Let's see what's in the scratch and dent. Let's go see what's going on there. Let's see if they got anything. Snowdrift deals up to 30% off. All right. Let's see what the Snowdrift deals are. So the RV7 is on sale. Normally $289.99. Now $199. $90 off. I've been wanting to get that airplane. Probably not going to ever get it cheaper than that. I'll have to think about that one. Snowdrift deal. It's that a smart charger. Nah. And a Sky Remote ID module. Nah. Don't need either one of those. Okay, we got some new scratch and dents going on. Let's see what we got here. Only 5. Well, that's not very many. So they got an E-Flite 3D wood. It's a wood plane. It's not foam. Scratch and dent. Normally $999.99, but on sale for $839. So what is that? $160 off? That's not too bad. We got the Groom 4x4 ready to run truck. Yeah, that's only $30 off. Not a not a screamer there. That's not bad though. It's $159, guys. It comes with the battery and the charger. You know, ready to run. You know, you get radio, the charger, the battery, everything for $159. That's not a bad deal. You know, you want some fun, something cheap to run around when you can't fly. It's too windy to fly, or it's raining, or whatever. You know, they're good deals. I've got a bunch of that stuff. You know, I like it. So, oh, and I did finally find the charger. As a matter of fact, if you guys go to Tower right now and look at that scratch and dent truck, oh, they're sold out of it, out of stock. But you can look at it, and there's the charger I was looking for. Remember when I was looking for my charger? That's it. It's that little black thing with the orange plug hole on it. You know, it's got a regular phone jack on the other end, and then it's got the plug on the mini battery. It's I think a IC20 maybe. It's a little tiny thing. Um, an IC2, not a 20, but an IC2. I guess that's what it is. I don't know. But yeah, but that's the charger I was looking for, and I found it. Um, so, and then we've got what? We've got a 10th scale Zool, whatever the hell that thing is. Yeah, that's not a great deal. You know, what is that? $70 off? Yeah, big deal. Yeah, that's only $70 off. Not a big deal. Yeah, yeah, not much going on there. Okay, let's go see. Let's go look somewhere else and see what else is going on. So that wasn't nothing too exciting. Okay, they got airplanes on sale. Let's see what's on sale. Still a tower. Only got 5. All right, let's see what they are. No, that's back to the. Oh well, all right. It's not totally the. So well, they're all out of stock. Okay, well they don't have any to sell. The only one they got to sell is the RV7. That's the only thing they have in stock. The other two are out of stock. They were selling. They had the which is a pretty good deal. They had the V1200, that rocket ship little pylon racer. Normally $429, was on sale for $299, so that was a good deal. And they're gone. They don't have any more. And the Habu SS, normally I guess it was normally $219. It was on sale for $149. That's not a great deal. It's okay, but yeah, and they sold out of those too. So, all right, moving on. We're gonna go somewhere else. Enough of Tower. They're not blowing my skirt up. Let's go see what else. Let's see what Banana Hobbies has. No, that's not what I wanted. Let's see what they got on sale. Wow. All right. Shop RC planes this holiday. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Got something on sale here. Something I can't live without. Let's take a look. You know that C-17 Globestar. There's that Globemaster they're selling. It's I guess it's 4 40mm fans. You know, how big is that son of a bitch? I want to know what the wingspan is. That thing it might be pretty big. 4 40mm, man, that's got to be fairly big. It's only 1200mm. Really? God, that seems small. I would have thought it'd been bigger than that. 1200mm. 4 fans on it? It's only 1200mm? Wow. That seems crazy. Alright, let me back up here. What else I got? Let's see. .64mm F-22 probably doesn't have retracts. I don't know what brand. Oh, it's a Fly Fans. Maybe it does. Let's take a look. Let's see if that's got retracts. We know they can do it because there are Albatrosses, 64mm, and it's got retracts. All aluminum trailing arm retracts. That's a hell of a good deal. That's a great deal, that jet. Specifications. Let's go there. Actually, nope, no retracts. Well, wait a minute. Well, that's really weird. Let me see what it says. The nose gear looks like it retracts, but it doesn't look like the mains do unless there's doors there that open to let the wheel in. But it doesn't look like it does. Let's see if it specifies. Yeah, it says it does. It says it has retracts. God, I don't know where the hell the wheel goes. I mean, you can tell where the nose gear goes, but I don't know where the hell the mains are going. That's weird. Yeah, it does come with retracts. So $249? That's not bad. That's not bad. $249. Normally $279. $249. An F-22. 64mm fan. I'm sure it flies on 6S. Yep, it's a 6S. It says 2S to 6S with reverse thrust. 2S? How the hell are you going to fly that on 2S? Yeah, I don't get that at all. 40 amp ESC, 2S to 6, I don't know. All right. Recommended battery, a 6S 2200. No, 2000 to 2600. Recommended battery. So, interesting. All right. Well, that's not a horrible deal, I don't think. Let's see what else they got. Got a bunch of F-35s. I don't know why there's so many choices here. 5-channel F-35. They got a plug-and-play version. They got a ARF Pro version. And they have the hand launch edition. Okay. I'm not even going to go look. I don't care. Hey, guys. Hey, my J65 is on sale again. Normally $589. It's on sale for $499. It's under $500. I'm telling you, you guys need to grab that. That is the best jet anybody makes. I don't care who you are. That is the best flying jet, period. $499. It's on sale for $499, guys. It hasn't been on that price in over a year. $499. Is it in stock? Let me look. Well, where would it say? Let me, hang on a minute. Let me go there and look. In stock. They have it in stock. $4.99. Free shipping. Guys, I can't stress it enough. If I didn't already have two of them, I'd buy another one. Love that freaking airplane. God, I love that airplane. So, get you one. $4.99, dude. Get yourself one. That is an awesome freaking airplane. Let me back up to the chat. I missed a bunch of stuff. Don't marry a stripper and don't ask me how I know. Yeah, Eric, I'll order you a PBY if you want me to. Sure, no problem. We've done that before. Happy to help you, buddy. No problem. Let me back up here. I'm trying to get back to. Did you hear that? Could you guys hear that? What jet? It's that business jet, the J65. It's it is the best fly. Ask Hobo, David, tell him. They don't believe me. Tell them how great that jet is. Yeah. So this happens all, apparently I'm known as the race guy because everybody comes by here and they got to do a burnout or rev their engine or do a launch like that. It happens day and night. And, I guess everybody's got to show off for me, I don't know. But I'm getting ready to go set some track records over here at Leadfoot City. Yeah, I have a PayPal account. And the new J65 is version 2. Mine is, the two I have are white foam. Okay, the new version, they painted the white. So Lewis would love it. Because foam's not a color to Lewis. Remember that, guys? So they painted it. So now it's painted white and gray instead of bare foam and gray. All right, so my two are bare foam. I don't have a problem with that. I don't care. The bare foam doesn't bother me. But what an awesome jet. Comes with a flight controller. I don't use all of it. I've got it turned way down, and I don't have it hooked to the elevator. It's only hooked to the rudder and the ailerons. I bypassed it with the elevator because I don't want it trying to control my. I trim my airplane for level flight, and I want it to stay there. So I don't want the controller helping my elevator. That part I'll leave alone. But for wind and stuff, and I've got it turned way down, so I doubt it's doing anything really. That plane is so freaking awesome. I love that freaking jet. What a great flying airplane. So yeah, I can't stress it enough, guys. It's on sale for $4.99. Get you one. I'm telling you, you're actually gonna love that airplane. It's just amazing. Easiest thing in the world to land. Oh my god, it just lands itself. Do you want to wait till February, Eric, or do you want me to do it now? Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a request for the money, and then all you have to do is that makes sure we get the money goes to the right people. If because if I send the request to the wrong person, they're not going to give me the money, right? But if I request it to you and you want me to, then you'll give me the money. So I'll request the money from you through PayPal, and then you just agree to it, and they'll send me the money. So just tell me when you want to do it. Do you want to do it now, or you want to wait till February? You know, but that's how we'll do it. Yeah, Michael Bear, but trust me, especially a jet guy like you. I mean, I wish we could go. You need to come down here and go flying with me. Take a break, jump in your airplane. You can fly. There's an airport that's right down the street from my house. I'll pick you up at the airport. We'll go flying for the day. You don't even have to go. You can only be here a day. You land at the airport. I pick you up. We go to the field and fly all day. Come back to the airport, and you can get on your airplane and fly back home. It doesn't get any easier than that. You don't have to bring anything. I got all the airplanes. Just bring yourself, and we'll go flying. And I'll let you fly that jet, and it's gonna just blow your freaking mind. So, how long would it take you to fly from your house from Kansas to here? What, can you borrow the Falcon? I don't know. I don't think my airport's big enough to land a Falcon on. I don't know. You'd have to look it up. It's called Pilot Country. Look it up and see if you can land there. How see what's the fastest airplane you can rent that'll land there. So, Junior, you leaving us? You got to go. Are you making a bathroom break, or where are you going? There you go. Yeah, let them. Well, yeah, Tampa's kind of out of the way. I mean, I can come pick you up there, but that's not. That's going to cut down our flight time. If you land at Pilot Country, it's on the way. All I got to do is veer into the airport, grab you in the car, and off we go. I mean, it would, I don't have to park the car or do anything. Well, you can rent a car. Well, yeah, you can do that. That would be the best. That'd be faster. You just rent a car and meet me at the field, because the field's halfway between the airport and my house. So we'd be both coming in from opposite sides. So the J65, it's made by XFly. It's called the J65. Banana Hobby has it on sale right now for $4.99, which is what I bought my first one. What, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and then it was just on sale, and I bought another one. But I don't. I think I paid more than $4.99 for it. I think I paid like $5.29 or something, and now it's back down to $4.99. So Why wouldn't you marry a woman you found at the RC field? Yeah, I mean, hello. Wouldn't that be the dream girl? I mean, really? I mean, why would you want to marry the girl at the RC field? Hell, I wouldn't even care if she was a better pilot than me. Who cares? You know. I hardly think you're going to get. I don't think she'll be bitching about you buying airplanes, right? Other than maybe she wants you to buy her one, but I'm sure she'll let you fly it. You know, God, I would love to find an RC girl. Holy crap! We have some women in our field, but they're not flyers. They're just wives. You know, they come out with their husbands. You know, we've got a couple that show up every now and then. Never seen a woman pilot at my fields. Not once. It's probably a good thing too, because I'd probably marry her. Don't marry somebody you meet at the bar. Don't ask me how I know. I'm skipping around. I'm trying to go back and see what I missed. You know, so I'm skipping around a little bit here. All right, I can't. You know, I'm gonna go back. Let's go see what else Banana Hobby's got on sale. I want to go back to that for a minute here. Let's take a look. God, I love that jet. God. First time I flew that thing, I just about shit myself. I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. Holy crap, does that thing fly good? My SU-27 is finally painted. It's all clear coated. So I was going to put it together last night. And I was just too damn tired. I had to go to bed. So probably tomorrow. I'm probably gonna. I've been cleaning up around the garage here. I'm reorganizing, moving things around, putting airplanes together. I put the extra. What is it? The 330, 320, 330. I think it's a 330. I put that one together. I just have to I gotta plug it in and bind a radio to it. I haven't done that yet. I just gotta plug the two aileron servos in and then bind it. But it's ready to fly. I gotta do a little touch up on the wing. One of the clear coats had a run, and I sanded the run off. I just have to give it one quick little shot of clear. But that's nothing. So that's ready to fly. Got a lot of clear on the Husky. It's not finished yet. It's got a little more clear to do on that one. I just started clearing the Carbon ZT28. As a matter of fact, the decals for it are right here. I gotta put those on it and clear it. There's more. Where are the rest of them? Oh, that's another invoice to match that invoice. Okay. All right, hang on. Where are the rest of the decals? They're not up here. All right, well, where the hell are they? That's interesting. Well, I'll find them. They got to be around here. Hell, I got 4 sets of these decals. I'm sure. Oh, I know where the rest of them are. They're in the drawer over there. Yeah, from the other airplanes. So yeah, I'll get those out and get them on the plane so I can finish clear coating that. Really looking forward to that because I've never taken the time to put the decals on it, and it really looks a lot better with the decals on it. So I'm really looking forward to that. Got a couple versions of the Gripen. 299 and 309. What's the difference? I mean, the paint scheme's different, but what else? They're both 70 millimeter. They're both plug and play. They're both. Why is the one more? I guess the paint job is more. You know, it's only $10 more, but still, why is it more? That's weird. The same airplane, just $10, different. Um, they've got a 64 millimeter SU-27. It's normally 409. It's on sale for 329. So that's a pretty good deal. Comes in several different flavors. So that's pretty good. They've got the X-Fly F-14 Tomcat twin 40 plug and play with, it does have its swing wing. The wings swing. I don't remember if that has retracts. Let me look. 209. I don't think it has retracts. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. It doesn't have retracts. I think you have the option. You can pull the wings off of it. I'm sorry, not the wings. Yeah, pull the wings off of it. You can pull the gear off and hand toss it. Yeah, yeah. No retracts. But 209. Swing wing F-14 in the Jolly Roger paint scheme. So I've got coyotes and dogs howling outside the house here. They're not close, but I can hear them. I don't know what the hell's going on. Now this is new. Got some new X-Fly airplanes. They've got the Hawker Harrier. I'm sorry, the Hawker Hurricane. A propeller plane from X-Fly. Two different paint schemes. The brown camo or the navy gray blue camo. 269. Plug and play. 1200 millimeters. So it's basically a Horizon Hobby without a receiver though, because it's a plug and play, not a bind and fly. Boy, those are good looking airplanes. Wow. I've never seen those. That's new. I have not seen those. They still have the MiG-25. That's a twin 64 millimeters, 329 on sale. That does have retracts. What else? F-18, 169, 40 millimeter, no retracts. Hey, I need to replace that plane anyway. They got that on sale? They have the small one. I want to get another. That's T7A, the Red Hawk. I want to get another one of those. I damaged mine, and I don't know if I want to fix it. I kind of just, and it's not that bad. I mean, to look at it, it doesn't even look damaged, but it's a structural kind of thing that I'm not crazy about fixing. So I might just buy another one. What do we got here? We've got Spitfire from X-Fly. 1200 millimeter. Same price, $269. Two different paint schemes on that one. Wow. That's really interesting, guys. And they've got the Twin Otter, same price I paid for that like 4 years ago, $459 with floats. It's $409 without the floats. Yeah, that's a great airplane. That's a really good flying airplane. Beautiful looking airplane, good flying airplane. The Swift glider, which is sitting right there on the couch, right there, $209. Normally $279. That's an awesome glider. What a great flying airplane. That's pretty much. There's some other stuff, but yeah. All right, let's move on. Let's see who else has got something on sale. What's FMS doing right now? I'm not sure. Let's go check out FMS. See if they got anything on sale worth a shit. They have a button called Sale. Let's click the Sale button. Why not? Can't beat the Sale button. Let's go to the Sale button. Michael Berry, you put a link up. What's the link to? Oh, let's see. Did David ever show back up? Is he here still? I don't see him popping in here. I'm looking. Hobo. Did he leave? Is he gone? Is he here? Is he in Spencer's Zoom? Is Spencer zooming tonight? He probably is. Craig Beaven, what's up? How you doing, man? Good to see you. So, yeah, I'm sure Paul's in the Zoom. Really, Roy? I don't have any problem getting women to go flying with me. Linda went flying with me. Hell, pretty much all the women, not necessarily the women I date, but just women friends. They all go flying with me. We weren't really dating. We just hung out a lot. Tori, yeah, she went to the field. She took a shitload of pictures. God, she loves a camera. She's just taking picture after picture. And when I was dating Linda, she went to the field with me all the time. She loved going to the field. God, she loved watching me fly. Who else? I don't think Michelle's been to the field. You guys know Michelle and Jeff. They've been on the show a couple times. I don't think she's been out there yet, though. I haven't really asked her either, though. Who else have I taken to the field? Wendy, my friend Wendy, she's been out there. Who else? I dated a girl, Gwen, a while ago. She went to the field. Yeah, I haven't really had trouble getting women to go to the flying field, really. Yeah. I think Barbara went to the field with me. Of course, Barbara. But I think she went out to the flying field with me once. Before before that whole thing fell apart. It fell apart pretty fast, so Yeah, wasn't a lot of opportunity there for her to go to the field. You're going to the Spirit Engineering Factory. Okay, Michael, explain. I think I've seen this plane, but I'm not totally sure. That's an airplane, right? Tell us what the Spirit is. The S, I guess it's called the SC-1. So describe it for us. Yeah, Barbara went to the Bigfoot with me. Yeah, yeah, she did. Barbzilla. That's a great name. Thank you, Michael. I love that one. Barb. I'm going to start calling her that. That's a good one. Yeah, instead of Barbara, I'm just going to call her Barbzilla. That's a good one. Yeah, yeah, Barbzilla. That's perfect. Yeah, tell us about the SE1. I think I've seen it on YouTube, but I want you to describe it so I can tell you if I remember it or not. Light sport, all aluminum. Is it? Is it? I'm going to open it up. Let me open the link. Is that? I think it's a low wing. Is it fast? Is it faster than your plane? I guess that's the real question. Yeah. How fast is it?
At every step in the design process, we were thinking, how can we remove process steps from this part? How can we...
Okay. All right. So it's a low wing. It looks like it's a single seat though, isn't it? Or is it? Hang on a minute. Let me zip around in here and look at it a minute. I'm surprised you don't have an SR-22, Michael. I would have thought you would love to have that airplane. Why on earth would you want it? It's only 100 miles an hour. Why would you want that? You had an SR-22 for 26 years. Why would you sell that airplane? What the hell were you thinking? That was pretty fast, wasn't it? Um, okay, Craig. So I found a lot of them back in the day when Craigslist had a dating site, and then I found some of them on Plenty of Fish. Um, yeah, that's the trick. You just call them all baby. Then you never screw up with giving them the wrong name. You're just everybody's baby. That's an old trick, you know. So that's how you get away with that. Yeah. Again, I'm bouncing around again. Um, well, what are they doing? Are they stalling it? You slowing it down too much? What's you know? I mean, there's a shitload of them flying out there. I mean, they're not all crashing. What's the hard? What's the problem with the plane? Yeah, yeah, they like being called tits. Yeah. Engine failures? Really? No kidding. Yeah, there's a woman in the shower, taking a shower, and there's a knock at the door. She yells out, "Who is it?" Guy says, "It's the blind guy." "Okay, come on in." And she comes out into the living room and with nothing on, and the guy says, "Hi, nice tits. Where do you want the blinds?" Hey, Wiggs, what's up? When did you get here? I missed you. Damn it. I'm searching around for airplanes too much. I'm missing everybody coming in. Good to see you guys. And really, Barbzilla's the only one that was a problem. Um, you know, I screwed one of them up. That was I just I don't well I'm going to blame it on my autism, but yeah, I screwed up one of them pretty bad. You know, and that one hurts. I think about that one all the time. I really screwed that one up. But yeah, I mean, I'm still friends with almost all of them. It's not like it was a bad breakup or whatever. We just whatever for whatever reason, we moved on. But yeah, working on a car. Oh yeah, what are you working on? Let me go back to FMS and see what they've got going on. I was waiting for the page to load. What's on sale? Let's see. Well, what the hell kind of freaking sale page is this? This isn't shit. FMS has really lost their mind. They've gotten so into the surface shit. It's like they don't even want to make airplanes anymore. They're so into surface now. I'm looking at this page here, and they're showing all the the officially licensed Toyota. Uh, well, I can't look at the page at the moment. My computer's froze. It's not the computer. It's just that page is froze. FMS's page is froze. Um, But yeah, all their official license is, and I'm thinking, none of these are airplanes. Chevrolet, Toyota, Land Rover, Ford, GMC, all official licensed. Oh wait, they do have some official licenses here on airplanes. Cessna, Tomahawk, Boeing, Sabart, and Lockheed Martin. So they do have a few airplane licensings. Although I don't. Do they make a Lockheed Martin airplane? Well, what's the F-35? That's a. I don't know if that's. I can't remember who makes that. Is that Lockheed Martin, or is that who's the other big one? I forget. Well, the sale page sucks. There's nothing on sale. Oh, here we go. RC airplane flash sale. Okay, let's see what's on sale. All right, here we go. All right. $15 off, $15 off, $16 off, $27 off. Okay, none of these are blowing my skirt up. Not wearing one. Yeah, this ain't a big deal. Nothing worth a shit. That was a complete waste of time to come here. Okay, let's go somewhere else. This is pointless. Let's go to Hobby King. Let's see what the hell they got. Let's go there anyway. I want to see what my jet's going for. Let's go to Hobby King and see what they got. You guys know of any other companies? Blurt them out. Just type them in the chat there. It's getting a little chilly out here. It was 80 degrees today, and now it's dropped. It's down to 64 out here in the garage. It's getting a little chilly. Okay, so they've got the Albatross on sale again. $82 off. That's a good deal. Normally $359, it's $277. So that's a pretty good deal. They had that Vampire, $55 off. It's a 70 millimeter too. I think it was Wes that loved that airplane. They got the twin, the Bushmill. I have that plane. It's $52 off. Probably not a great deal there. All right. Well, that wasn't too exciting. Let's see if there's some more. Hang on. Let's see what else they got. All right, let's go to all aircraft. Hopefully it won't lock up. All right. Okay, so let's go with they've got the Grand Tundra on sale. $36 off. Not bad. Normally $369, it's $332. I haven't personally made a play for that one yet because I still think it's overpriced, but let's change this to highest price and let's switch it to 100 per page. And we'll see what we get here. Okay, come on, let's go. Hello. Oh, we're going to do this again. Yeah, I did this the last time. It won't update. It just doesn't want to. Oh, here we go. It's doing something. I don't know what, but it's doing something. Oh, so it took the new item. Okay, well that's nothing. That's nothing. Batteries, nothing. No, nothing. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that was a waste of time. All right, let's get out of there. Let's go back to aircraft. See if we can get. See if it'll load all aircrafts. No, it might be doing something. Come on. They have their banner on the page. Embark on your next adventure, and they have the Super Tucano on the picture there. So they're not even selling the plane anymore. Well, that's probably not true. I don't know if they're. I'm sure they're going to get more of them in because I know they have a shitload of back orders to fill. But after that, I don't know if they're going to be able to get any more. I don't know if China Hobby Line's got an exclusive on it or if they're just also selling it. So we'll have to wait and see. But right now, Hobby King don't have any, and China Hobbies does. China Line Hobbies, so I don't know what that means. Anybody that's got one on back order at Hobby King's probably pissed, unless they filled those back orders secretly. So Eric, the PBY is on sale right now, but not that great a deal. I got it for a way better price than that. It's only $54 off, so I'd wait because I got it for over $100 off. I forget what I paid for it, but it was way cheaper than $395. Did we get the 100? Oh, we did. All right. Let's go to. Let's switch it to highest price first. See if it'll take that command. A lot of sales. Got a lot of stuff on sale. A shitload, but I'm not seeing any super great bargains. But a lot of stuff on sale, but the sale's just not very big. The Yak's not a bad price. The that Yak 11, I think it is. Yeah, the Yak 11. Normally, $395 is on sale for $316. That's $79 off. That's not bad. If you wanted that airplane, it's a good airplane. I have one. It flies pretty good. I've got the old scheme, the paint scheme, not this new gray and red one. That's a good flying airplane. And like I said, that the Albatross is a pretty good deal. You know, at 277, you know, that's a pretty good airplane for 277. What else we got here? I don't know what the hell those are, but that's not something I want. Yeah, what would update the highest price first? I can't get it to do that. Okay, so the 64 millimeter Viper that I got from there, it's green and silver. It's a beautiful airplane. Looks like they're out of stock. It's $199. It's a tosser. No, there's no landing gear. You just hand toss it. It's a really pretty jet. I love the color. Yeah, I'm not seeing any super great deals here. Yeah, that's not a bad deal. That's almost 50% off. The Swiss J3 Cub, 1400 millimeter. Normally it's $179.99. It's on sale for $96. So that's $83 off. That's almost 50%. That's a pretty good deal. You know, and it's a J3 Cub. I mean, yeah, a Cub is like a T-28. They all fly good. So hard to miss that. That's a pretty safe bet. Yeah, it looks like it might be out of stock though. I wonder if it's on. You know, if you can click the back order button and order it. Man, it looks like they're out of stock on a lot of shit. Holy crap. The big B-17's on sale again. It's not bad. You know, I got mine cheaper, but normally it's $395, and it's on sale for $321. So it's $64 off. That's not too bad. If you're not in a hurry for it, though, I'd wait. It'll go on sale cheaper. Just like the PBY, it'll go on sale cheaper. I guess that's about does it. I sure wish it would update and let me do it by price, because let me see something here. I'm gonna click on one of these that doesn't have a shopping cart and see if it's got a back order button you can press. I'm going to the Grand Tundra. Yeah, it's out of stock. I know that. No back order button. Just alert me. So, yeah, I guess they're having trouble getting airplanes. I wonder why. Really makes you wonder. You know, think about it. China Line Hobbies, or China Hobby Line, got the Super Tucano pretty quick, and Hobby King can't get one. So, do you think it's because Hobby King don't have any money? Or do you think it's I don't know. I wonder why. How did China Line Hobbies get that airplane so easily? And they got plenty of them. They haven't run out of them. Yeah, the King Twin was popular for a while. Yep, I've got two of them. No, I only fucked up one. Not a couple of them. I only fucked up one, and I could fix it. I mean, I had the parts to fix it in my cart the other day. Remember, and they wouldn't take my order. Everything I tried to order, it said not available through the U.S. distributor or some fucking thing. I don't know. I forget what the hell was the problem with that. But yeah, I want to. I got the tail. I needed elevators. I got those. Actually, I got two sets of them because the first set they sent me were broken. So they sent me a second set. So I have the elevators. The only thing I need now are the. I think I need one nacelle, and then I can repair the rest of it. And then the trim for the nacelles, the plastic fake engine exhaust tubes and shit like that. I mean, I could fix the old ones, but it'd be easier to make it look better with new stuff. All right, let's see what. I'm gonna get back to the chat here and see what we're missing here. Jeff from Lower Alabama, welcome, sir. I know you've been here a minute, more than a minute. I just didn't get a chance to say hello. Amazon's got the Spitfire for $229. Oh, no kidding. There you go. How much did I say the banana had it for? I forget. Oh, it's 32 degrees there? Yeah. Yeah, it's 64 here right now. It's getting a little chilly out here. Not too bad, but a little bit. It was 90 today. Oh, I'm sorry. It was 80 today. Yeah, we had a high 80 today. It was beautiful at the flying field. Oh my God, it was a gorgeous day. Light breeze. Got gusty for a little bit, but not long. Yeah, I still have two King twins. Yep. It's a good flying airplane. I like that airplane. It will stall though, and it's if you stall it, it's hard to recover it. It doesn't recover well. That's how I screwed mine up. I stalled it. Just showing off. I think I was flying it inverted or some shit. Yeah, I was showing off for Tony, and I screwed up. Michael. So China Hobby Line bought the rights to the Sky Prancer too? No shit. God, I didn't know that one. Wow. Yeah, I have to go look for that one. Yeah, I didn't know they bought that one. Oh God. So why do you want that Sprint airplane? It's a single seat and it's only got it only goes 100 mile an hour and it's a single seat. Why would you want that thing? The King Twin from Hobby King. The basically it's a what is it? A Cessna 310 or is it a Baron? Twin Baron. I don't remember what it was. But yeah, that's the one I stalled. 5 degrees. Yikes. Yeah, it's a nice airplane. The Yak 11's a good flyer. It's not my favorite airplane, but it's a good one. I like it. I like my paint scheme better. I've got the military. I think it's a camo paint job. Mine, and it's those funky, Russian colors. Like that aqua green. I think the bottom. Let me go look at that thing a minute. Hang on a second here. I think it's right here. My twin's right there. Where'd the 11 go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's green and gray on the top with the red stars on it, and then the bottom is that aqua blue green color. The whole bottom of the airplane. And it's a Russian airplane, so I think that's a better looking scheme. I like mine better. I don't like the new one, the gray and red. I think mine looks better. It's a big airplane. I mean, the wingspan's not as huge as it's like a T-28. It's big, girthy. It's round. It's a big round fuselage, so it's pretty big. Oh yeah, yeah. That probably didn't end well. Cartwheeling. The tail feathers on the King Twin are pretty fragile. So those are easy to break. Why don't you get yourself a crop duster? Hell, you should go to work being a crop duster. At least then you can fly low and slow and have fun and get paid for it. What the hell are you thinking? That'd be a great job. If you want to go down low and slow, shit, you should be doing some crop dusting. You're not cold because you're sitting here in front of the burner? Roy's watching football. The stinking Bears won. The Bears shouldn't be stinking. They're always wiping their ass with Charmin. They should be fresh as a daisy. What the hell are you talking about? It's snowing there. Oh yeah, really, Philip? Oh God, yeah. Yeah, I got pictures of my truck in the snow. I should put them up on here and show you. We got a little bit of snow up in Indiana when I was up visiting my brother. So I took a picture with my truck. I broke its cherry. It got its first snowfall in its lifetime. Probably its only snowfall. probably never take it back up in the snow again. Yeah, Dan, I'm sure that's what it is. You're right. The King Air. Who makes the King Air? Who makes the King Air? How much is that airplane, Michael? I think I'd rather buy a Kit Fox personally. I don't know why you would want that single seater thing. I'd buy a Kit Fox. I almost did. There was one for 80. I think it was $8,500. I almost bought it. Oh, that's expensive. A carbon cub. Holy shit. Yeah, I can't afford that. Holy crap. Yeah, it'd be sick, all right. Beechcraft, is that who makes that? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, there's no doubt about that. The Carbon Cub's a beautiful airplane, but man, they are expensive. Holy shit. Yeah, that would be way out of my price range. The whole reason I bought this property is because I can put an 800-foot runway on it. My plan was always to get a Kit Fox or something, slow, low and slow, um, and fly it off the property here. The Kit Fox wings fold. I can put it in my garage easily. Fold the wings and put it right in the garage. Take off right here, fly around, come back here. So it's 70 grand from the factory. Wow, that's expensive. Holy shit. Yeah, you could buy two Cessna 150s or probably one 172 for that kind of money. Yeah, you're right, Roy, but you can't even carry one in that thing that Michael wants to buy. I can put a couple of Kit Foxes planes in the Kit Fox. The planes Michael's buying, you can't even put one airplane in. He couldn't even put one of his flight test planes in that thing. Yeah, I feel the need. Oh, the SE1 wings fold too? Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. On that page, I saw what looked like it looked like, and I'm sure it's not, but it was a high wing, um, maybe a two-seater, had a long nose on it that looked similar to like a turbine, like a turbo timber kind of looking airplane. Do they sell something like that too? That Spirit place? I'm looking at those cowled wheels, Michael, on your Spirit with those wheel pants around them and shit. You're not going to be landing that on a grass field or, well, maybe a groomed field, but you ain't going to go be able to land it out in the country. You ain't going to be doing any bush flying with that thing. Why wouldn't you want to get a nice bush fly plane like a Husky or a Kit Fox or something like that where you can go anywhere? Why would you want to do this Spirit thing? That I don't get it. I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah, I know you have a Grumman Tiger. I like your airplane. You sent me pictures of it. How fast does that thing go? 120? Yeah, yeah, he did that once. He was, he was in the plane flying his plane. That was cute. Yeah. Hey, right. So what's up? Yeah, there you go. Let's do a Suzuki Samurai with a Merlin engine in it. That's spectacular, Michael. That is absolutely spectacular. Yeah, let's do that. I like that. So they finally get your damn stones out of you? Are you all right now? You all done? Or are we still waiting? Well, it's faster than the Spirit you want to buy. That'll only take one person and no airplanes. I'm not. I don't get it. I'm not sure why you want that thing. Um, I definitely want a bush plane. You know, either an ultralight, you know, light sport, something like that. I can fly it off my property here. Go flying like you. Go slow and slow. Go land in a field someplace. You know. Yeah, that's what I would. That's what I want to do one day. I don't know if that'll ever happen, but if I get all my other shit done, that'll be the next stage of my life. That'll be Act 3, like Kermit Weeks. He's starting up his Act 3. He won't live long enough to see it happen. So they got your kidneys done and your heart's done. So you're in good shape now. You feel good? Are you feeling good? Well, I really can't figure out what Kermit's doing, honestly. I've been over there so many times, and the museum he first opened, which was never the plan, he just did it. Um, was beautiful. I mean, it was Disney level. It really was. It was so well done, and I loved that museum. And then he tore it all out because that part of that hangar building was supposed to be a fabric shop for refabric coating wings, and a machine shop for redoing the engines and stuff, and a welding shop for building airframes. And instead of doing all that, he decided to do that in another building, and he made that main building where his office is, in a 50s uh, soda shop type restaurant. Really cool. Very, very cool little restaurant. And he ran it that way for many years, and then he finally decided that he's going to turn it into his um, so what's wrong with your knee, Michael? So yeah, he turned. It was such a beautiful museum. It was. I'll describe some of it. So they had sandbags lining. It was a path you walked through. Okay. And you'd walk through the path, and there were sandbags on both sides making walls. And they went up high enough that you couldn't see over them. They were probably 7 foot, 8 foot maybe. The roof was open. You could see that, there's things going on, over the wall, but you can't see it because the walls, sandbag walls are too high. And then you would come into this clearing area, and there'd be a tent there. And you go in the tent and sit down on benches, and they'd run a video camera, an old, it's fake, but it looks like the old reel-to-reel camera, right? Projecting on a screen. Well, the screen's a TV, and there's a light inside this projector with the reels on it, and the reels are going round and round, but there's no film in the reels. And it's a briefing, and it was MacArthur, but not MacArthur, just a silhouette in his voice on the screen. And then they put up a map, and they're showing the mission you're going to go on, right? And you go in that briefing, and I don't know how long it was. I don't know, 6-8 minutes maybe. And then you get up and walk out of there, and you follow the trail through more sandbags, and you go to another opening with another tent and another briefing. And along the way, there's openings in the sandbags, and there was a hot air balloon and a bicycle theme from, God, I don't know, what was that, the 20s or something? It was all lit up and colorful, and, and it was animated, so it's got mannequins that move like Disney that, are controlling the air balloon or whatever and pedaling the bike. And then there was a big open field. You're in the building, but it looks like a field. It's all dark. And there's a B-17, or full-scale B-17 sitting there. And there's 2 animated mechanics working on it. And they're talking to each other. And, and they're moving. And over here was grass and trees and snow on the ground. And they're playing in the speakers, in all the wood sounds, animals running around in the brush and animal noises and. And then you'd walk over to the B-17, and you actually climb into the back of it. They had a doorway cut into it, and there was a little staircase, and you climb into the back of the plane, the tail, and then you walk right up the middle of the plane, right through the bomb bay doors. There's a little catwalk, okay? And you walk through the little catwalk, and the doors are open, and they've got a video, black and white video of your... looking down out of the bomb bay doors over, Berlin. Like we're airborne. We're going to bomb Berlin, right? So and it's making engine noises, and the plane's shuddering a little bit. It was so cool, guys. It was a great museum. Oh my God, I love that place. And then you get up, and there's the radio station, the navigation station, the side gunner's position, and then you get up to the pilots, and right there, the turret guy's above you here, and the pilots are right in front of you here, and then they cut a hole through the middle of the airplane, and there was a staircase that went right down between the 2 pilots, and you'd walk out under the plane, out the front. Under the plane, down a staircase, and just a beautiful. And then and then when you got done with the museum part, well, here's how it started. I should have told you this. So here's how you go in the museum. It's like going. They've got the red velvet ropes, right, with the gold stance, and you walk up through those, and there's a pair of double doors. And you walk through the doors, and the doors close behind you, and you just stepped into the belly of a C-47. And engine noises, and it's rattling and banging and shit, and engine noises and wind blowing. I mean, and you're about to parachute out of this thing. You got to walk forward. It's an uphill, slightly uphill slant. Walk forward, and the red light, green light, parachute out lights are there, and you're supposed to wait. You know, the red light's on, and you're supposed to wait for the green light, and then jump out of the airplane. So, and that's what you do, right? You go up to the front, the door's open, wind's blowing, right, and all the noises, and then the light goes green, and you jump out, and there's a soft. Not a fully inflated airbag kind of thing. It wasn't that far of a jump that you dropped down. So you didn't have to, like, you know, land and roll kind of thing. You just kind of stepped out of the airplane onto a mat kind of thing, you know. And then, you know, and that's the start of the museum. That's where it starts. You know, you parachute out of the airplane, and then it goes from there. Yeah, he fucked it all. Yeah, he tore it all out. Yeah, it's so, yeah, that's all closed now. You know, that part's closed, and I don't know how much tearing out he did. I know he did a lot of it because at the end of the museum, you came to a hangar deck. Not a hangar deck, well, yeah, it was a hangar deck of, I don't know, the Nimitz or one of the carriers. And they had all the real trainers that they used back in the war. Those tiny little plane bubble, you know, lid thing close, and you could buy time to get in the simulator and dogfight your buddy next to you. So you all climb in your own little simulator, and you got a little TV screen in front of you, and you're dogfighting the guys you came in with, right? They're all in different airplanes, and you're all out there dogfighting each other in these little simulators. And they were setting on a carrier deck. So the island was there with all the numbers and letters and the catwalk. What do they call it? The crow's perch, or I don't know, whatever. And, you know, it's the deck was all painted. The lines were on the deck, and it was the coolest fucking place ever, guys. It was such a great museum. I loved going there, you know. And since I lived so close to it, I had been there 7-10 times before he closed it. And then after you get out of the carrier deck area there, if you chose to fly the plane or whatever, you went into the main hangar, and there's all these airplanes in there, and they're just all lined up like in an oval pattern, and again, the red stanchions to keep you from walking right up to the plane, but you walk around them, and each plane's got a stand in front of it with a placard, and you can read about the airplane. And then one time he's got this amphibious plane there. It's one of the original Pan Am planes, the Clippers. Okay, big giant 4-engine, seaplane, and he had it actually open one of the times I was there. We got to go in the airplane, so we're walking around in the airplane, and then there's a spiral staircase that went upstairs, and there's this tiny, like, bar area. There's one little corner bar in the corner that had a couple of bottles of, you know, whiskey on them, I guess, and some glasses, and then there were some, like, not regular seats, more like couches. There were like 2 or 3 couches in there, and I guess that was first class. You could go up there on a flight. And so I got to go inside that airplane. It was really cool inside that thing. And yeah, it was an awesome museum. And now you go to the new hangar that's across the way to go look at airplanes, and all you do is walk around looking at airplanes. There's no this whole theme, the whole Disney theme kind of thing going. That's over, gone. I don't know if it's still there. I doubt he threw it away, but it's not open anymore. And a lot of it was dismantled because now what he originally wanted in those spots is there. They're doing the fabric, you know, recovering airplanes in fabric and their own machine shop. And so a lot of that area that used to be the museum that you walked through is now, repair facility. So, I don't know. God, I wish I'd have videotaped it. And I keep going on YouTube looking for the video of it to see if anybody's got. I'm going to look again right now and see if anybody put up a video of that old. I haven't found it yet, but it's got to exist. Somebody has had to have put that, videotaped it and put it up. I can't believe that nobody has done that. So you got to find one that's like, 7-8 years ago. There's a bunch of 1 year ago, 7 years ago. Okay, maybe that might. Let's take a look at that one. It's only a 19-minute video. I'm just gonna just kind of run through it real quick. Yeah, now this is all the new stuff. So it's a lot older than that. All right, hang on. We got to go back even farther than that. This is the new hangar with just airplanes in it. I mean, they're great airplanes. It's got a beautiful collection of airplanes. But the original theme museum it was so cool. I mean, it starts right off with you're skydiving out of a C-47. I mean, that was just cool as shit. VIP tour, Fantasy of Flight, 4 months ago. Oh, so that's what he's doing now. He's got a new VIP tour. All right, let me keep looking here. 14 years ago. All right, well, that's got to be. Let me see if that's got any of the features from the original. No, he's just outside flying airplanes. There he's got his Apache Princess. I have that airplane. His B-25. He's got another B-20. He's got another B-25 being built right now in Chino, California. Yeah, this is all the new shit. God, 14 years ago. God. Man, I've been here a long time, guys. Because the museum's been closed. That part of the museum's been closed since for 14 years ago. All right, so it's even longer than that. So let's go back here. Let's see what else we got. So we got to go back farther than 14 years. Wow. God, I can't believe it's been that long. I mean, he's got a lot of cool airplanes to look at, and he's got a lot of static display stuff. I think he's got some cockpits you can sit in, stuff like that. So there's a lot to do, but the original museum was so beautiful. God. $15 ago. That's only a one minute video. They're just walking through the outside hangar after you get out of the museum, the walk through museum. You would end up in the outside hangar. Let me keep looking here. I keep looking for it. I'm sure somebody's got it on video. I just gotta find it. 16 years ago. Let's look here. I thought there was. I think I found one that had bits and pieces of the museum. The walkthrough, just no, not the whole thing, but bits and pieces of it, so you would kind of get the gist of it. Yeah. No, they're still. This is still just out in the hangar. All right, let me go. So 15 years ago is not far enough back. We got to go farther. Kermit might have on his own channel a teaser video for the old museum. Maybe we'll go look there and see if he's got an old teaser video to get you to come to Fantasy of Flight. Yeah, and he's got so many airplanes that they're in different museums all over the world. They're on loan because he doesn't have room for them all in his museum. So he's got them scattered around here and there. 17 years ago. All right, let's look at this. No, same thing. They're just out in the hangar. Damn it. All right, let's go back. $17 years ago. God. Another 16 year ago. 14 year ago. He used to do a show there every year, Mustangs and Mustangs. So all the Ford Mustang guys would bring their Mustangs there, and he'd have a shitload of P-51 Mustangs fly in, and you could get your picture taken, your car next to a Mustang, a P-51. Now here it is right here, Mustang Show Fantasy of Flight, 14 years ago. Yeah. My buddy and I went over to that in his Mustang. Yeah, they got a 2-minute video on that. That was 14 years ago. $15 years ago. No. I gotta go back farther than that. Well, you know what? Maybe we don't. Maybe they're just not showing. Can't believe it's been that long. God, really? Okay, let's go. Keep going. Okay, wait a minute. Here we go. Here we go. Hang on. I think I found something. There's MacArthur on his silhouette at the briefing. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm going to give you a link. This is going to be pretty decent. Let me give you a link. Hold on. I'd play it, but I'll get in trouble for that. But yeah, you're going to see some of what I've been telling you. Some of it's in this video. All right. Let me get the link here. Hold on. Where am I at? Okay, right here. All right, so here's the link. I want you guys to open it. I'm going to go pee. I want you guys to open this link and watch it a little bit, and you could fast forward through it and stuff, but I saw part of one of the MacArthur interviews, and it's dark, okay? So it's very dark in the building. The building was blacked out. The ceiling was painted black. Everything, all the piping, air conditioning piping, all that's all visible, but it's all painted black. So it's very dark in there. But it should show you, when they come up on, something. So give that a look. I'm going to go pee real quick. I'm not going in the house. I'm just going out the door. I'm going to use Mike's urinal. So, so watch this and give it, fast forward through it, kind of poke around in it a little bit. And I'll be right back. All right, you guys watching it? I need to 3D print a pee bottle. I got vases. What are you talking about? I got all the pee bottles I want. I got this big giant one right here. What the hell are you talking about? There you are. There's my pee bottle right there. I'm gonna make a silver one of these. And my brother printed one of these on his printer. He bought the carbon. Yeah, I didn't know he bought it. He told me he had a bamboo P1S, right? So, and then he watched my video about the carbon, the Sateri carbon from Elegoo, and he bought one. I didn't know he bought one. He never told me that. So I get there and he's got the printer there, and I'm like, dude, where'd you get this? He goes, well, you said to buy one. Yeah. He said, oh, I did. Holy crap. Man, does that printer work good. Holy crap. For $2.99? Man, that is a freaking awesome printer. So we printed that vase, and we tried a new setting that I wanted to try, and it worked out perfect. So, yeah, that's a great museum, but it's not themed like I was telling you with this, Fantasy of Flight. It's got airplanes and placards in front of them to look at and everything. It's great, But like I said, this thing was a whole like a story. It was so cool the way it was laid out, and you'd go from tent to tent as you're passing through different displays and getting a new briefing of the next mission you're going on, and airplane sounds in the background, and it was just fantastic. That was the coolest thing I'd ever been in museum wise for airplanes. It was just so cool the way he did that. Yeah, I've been in the Dayton. Used to live in Ohio, so yeah, I've been to the Dayton Museum a few times. Of course, they've expanded the fuck out of it now. Jesus, it's huge. Yeah, I haven't been back up to it. We went to the Indianapolis 500 Museum while I was up there. That's pretty cool. Not very big. I was kind of surprised, but a lot of cool cars in there. I was going to tell you about some of the stuff we saw in there too. At the moment, I'm drawing a blank what I wanted to tell you about, but yeah, they had a whole area of engines over the years, and when they finally limited the size of them and what the top speeds of the engines were, and oh, that's what I was going to tell you. I went in the simulator there. I drove around Indianapolis. Had a lap time of 41.5, and that's the average race. I looked up average race laps, and that's right in the average race laps, of the 500. Not the fastest lap, but continuous racing laps. It's not hard to do a one lap, super fast, because you're going to wear the tires out in one lap. But took me a minute to get a hang of it. You get 4 laps, and I crashed on the first 2 laps because I was just wide open on the floor and didn't lift. And they've got a green line you file. The thing moves around and it shakes and all kinds of crazy shit. And they give you a green line. You just keep the car on the green line. And I was doing pretty good until I wasn't. Then I'd slap the wall. So I finally decided, okay, I'm just going to back off, entering the corner, and then re-accelerate through it. And that worked out great. I got a very good lap time. So that was pretty cool. It was an interesting simulator. Oh, I know. Yeah, I definitely want to go back to Dayton and go through it now, because it's 5 times bigger than it was when I went through it. And, it got a lot more airplanes, a lot bigger museum. I'm sure it's done a lot better now, too. So, but yeah, we went through that. Yeah, it was I think it was about a 4-hour drive from where I lived to the Dayton Museum. So, we used to go there, not regularly, but, you know, every few years, you know, we'd go. The stripping museum, huh? Wow. That was a short walk, yeah. Oh well, yeah. When Linda and I went to my brother's daughter's baby's first birthday last year, we stopped at Warren Robins in Georgia. Linda and I did, and we went through that museum again. And they've added a shitload of planes there too, and stuff. That's really cool too. You know, the it's so funny. The last time I was there was probably, I don't know, probably 10 years ago, and they had an SR-71 sitting outside, and you could walk right up to it. I mean, literally touch it, walk on, you know, sit on a tire. You could climb up on a tire if you wanted to. No barriers, nothing. Just walk right up to it, right? So now the new version, they've got the SR-71 inside the museum, hanging up. It's hanging from the ceiling in a bank, you know, like a 45 angle bank. Okay, they got a B1 sitting outside now. You know, the B1's sitting out there. You walk right up to it. You know, we're touching it. I'm standing underneath it, looking at the bottom of the wing. You know, and we're just. I mean, you crawl all over the thing. You know, you almost think, isn't that thing like we're still flying those? Isn't that like top secret shit? Nope, man, you walk right up to it. You know, do whatever you want. It's wide open. Just sitting outside in front, just walk right up to it. Like, holy crap. I couldn't believe you could walk up to the SR-71, you know, 10 years ago, you know. So, yeah, that's a nice museum. That's come a long way, too. Christ, it used to be one building. Now it's, I think, 5 buildings. Different eras, you know. They've got the World War I building, the World War II building, the you know, and different, you know, they kind of categorize it in different time eras. And then there was this giant building we were in with giant helicopters and jets and stuff, and it was wow. There's a shitload of stuff to see there, man. They got a lot of stuff in that museum, a lot of stuff. Oh, really? They had a B-36 outside? No kidding. Wow. Yeah, I've been inside a B-36 in a field up in Ohio, you know, in pieces, but I've never been by one, um, you know, a full static, you know, one sitting static. I've never seen one full together. The one I was walking through and looking at was in pieces. You know, Walter saved it from the crusher, and it was in pieces all over the field. I showed you pictures of it that one time. Um, the miniature dance poles, they're not miniature dance poles. They're short poles. Hey, Jono, you're back. Good to see you, buddy. So anyway, have you guys watched any of that video? What do you? Somebody give me a couple of tidbits. What did you get to see? Anything? Let me go back to it here. Where'd it go? Oh, I know where it went. It's right here. Okay, so yeah, you got to get 5 minutes into the video before you even get to see any of the display, the what I was talking about. Yeah, here I think this is the yeah. Here's the ready where you jump out of the airplane. First thing, 5 minutes into the video. Here's where you're gonna, you know, skydive out of the first airplane. When you come through the velvet rope doors, you're in the fuselage of the C-47. Yeah, so that's where it starts, and the ready light's on, and then and then it goes green and you jump out. So that's the first part. Let me go through here. I'm just kind of poking through it here real quick. Yeah, so here, this is one of the displays. This is, what are we looking at here? We're coming up on one of the tents for the briefing. You have the old wooden signs, with the pointers. It's 60 miles to, Iwo Jima or whatever. It's kind of silly signs. It's very dark in here, and it was very dark in there. That was part of the oh, I think this is the field where the B-17 is. They're working on it out in the hangar. Well, you're supposed to be, we're inside, but you're supposed to be out in the field. I think that's what this is, because it looks like they've got. Man, it's so hard to tell. It's so dark. Okay, so what are we looking at? Are these? Oh, they're okay. We're walking through the sandbags. Yeah, I see here the sandbags on the walls, and there's lanterns hanging on the walls around the sandbags. Okay, where are we going now? We're I don't remember this. Where are we? Yeah, this is simulating like an underground tunnel. Maybe the Hogan's Heroes tunnel. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at here. Okay, yeah. Now we're at the B-17. It's out in the and it's snow on the ground, and the two mechanics are working on it here. Out in this, it literally looks like you're out in a field. I mean, you don't. It doesn't feel like you're inside a building. It feels like you're out in the wilderness. And all the sounds. They've got. It's really cool. Now, so here's where you climb into the airplane. So they're climbing into the airplane here, and you're going to walk up through the middle of the B-17. Oh, they didn't go in it. Where'd they go? Oh, now here's one of the tents. Yeah, we didn't get to go through the plane. Oh, damn. Yeah, this is one of the briefings. There's the reel-to-reel. There's no film in it. The reels are going around, and there's a light inside the camera here, but there's no film in it. And there's MacArthur. Yeah, there he is. And then here's the briefing map. Okay, let's move forward here. All right, what's next? Yeah, this isn't a very good representation, but at least you get the gist of it. What I was telling you, this was so cool. I really wish he hadn't tore this down. I know what he wants to do next, and it's going to be great if he ever does it. But yeah, but this was so cool. It would maybe he'll build a new building and put this back up in the new building. I'm sure he didn't throw any of this crap away. I'm sure he still has it all. That'd be great if he redid this part again. Oh, now we're now they're skipping around. Now we are inside the B-17, and they were going down the. I think we're going down the ladder in the front. We go out the front, not going out the underneath between the pilots. I think that's what this is. I'm sure it would help if I had the sound down so I could hear what they're talking about. Yeah, we're back out in the field again. The snow on the airplane and on the roofs of the building next door, and I'm sure there's all kinds of animal sounds and shit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go watch this and listen to it. And then when you go out here, now it's all bright and you're out in the main hangar, looking at all the airplanes. Now this is the hangar in here. This is the hangar that's on the main building, and that's the only hangar he had at that time. Now he's built one across the runway, a giant hangar on the other side of the property, completely across the other side of the field. And that's where all the airplanes are now. And this hangar's not. He has a lot of his flyable planes in here, but you can't. The public can't go in this hangar anymore. Probably got a guided tour, but right now you're free to walk around, look at whatever you want. And there's a balcony upstairs, so you can walk around upstairs and then look over the railing at the planes below. Wow, there aren't very many airplanes in here at this time. How long ago was this? 17 years ago? Oh, it doesn't say. I mean, it says 3 years ago, but this is way before that. Racks and racks of engines, in the hangar. Yeah, I think the big amphibious airplane was still outside back then. They didn't. Well, it was inside the hangar when I went through it. Yeah, that big clipper. There's a video on YouTube here showing that airplane coming to America, and it doesn't mention Kermit at all, but I know it's his airplane. Yeah, yeah, I think you're right. I don't think Kermit throws anything away. He's a hoarder like me. Yeah. I was just watching a video the other day from him. He went to get. He's having a P-51A model restored. So it'll have the Allison engine in it, and the Allison engines P-51s have a 3-bladed prop, not a 4-bladed prop. Most people don't know that, but the first Mustangs had 3-bladed props on them because they had the Allison engine in it without the turbocharger. So he's having one of those redone, and when they were talking while he's looking at all the work they've done on the plane, they were talking again about whether they were going to put the 4 30mm cannons in the plane or the 6 50 cals. Because the A model you could get both ways. You could get it either with the 4 cannons or the 6 50s, and he originally was having it built for I think, if I remember right, I think he was originally having it built for the 4 cannons, and he changed his mind. So now they got to reconstruct that part of the wing because it's completely different to hold the different guns. So he's changing that up. And but yeah, just it takes so long. I don't know if it's an A model for sure. Yeah, there's the A model, the B model, and the C model are all, they don't have the bubble cockpit. They didn't go to the bubble cockpit until the D model or the D model. So the A's, the B's, and the C's, and the only difference between the B's and the C's is which plant they were made in. The planes are identical, and they have the Merlin engines in them. But there were two different plants producing the plane. So the one plant was the B models, and the other plant was the C models. But the A's were all built in one plant. And I think you're right. I think they did call it an Apache at that time. But yeah, that was the A model. And that was the Allison engine, which was a pig. It wouldn't at altitude. It couldn't go to altitude. It couldn't fly shit. I think 12,000 feet or some shit. Where they were trying to get up to 30,000. So that's when they went to the Merlin, and that was the B and the C, and then the D model was the first version of the bubble cockpit. Of course, they kept the Merlin, and then there was an H and an L model after that. So Kermit's got a C that's done in the Tuskegee Airmen color scheme, the red tail. And I think he's got another C. That one might be a D. I forget the name of it. Right, exactly. It was a ground attack plane, the A, because it wasn't going to be it would have made a great dogfighter if it once they put the Merlin in it. It was a great dogfighter because it could go to altitude and it was fast. But the A model, the Allison motor just wasn't good enough. Yeah, that couldn't get the job done. So I think Kermit's got two B-17s. Now there's a building across the street, not on the main property. I'm not talking about across the runway now. Outside the main gate, across the road, there's another building. And I think he's got two B-17s in pieces in that building that they're starting to rebuild. I believe he's got a B-29 also. I think he's got one B-29. They just started working on a P-47. What do they call the one? The shit, I can't think of it right now. The one that Horizon just brought back, the Tornado. What do they call that one? A P-47. Doesn't it begin with an R? I'm drawing a blank here. I can't remember what they call it. But it doesn't have the bubble canopy. That was the H model. This was before that. I can't remember what they call it. Everybody prefers that one, the old version, And I can't remember what they call it. But he's restoring one of those. He just got that one back. It's been in the shipping container. And they finally, I don't think it was on this site. I think it was somewhere else. And they finally got it here, and now they took it out of the shipping container, and they're starting to rebuild that. So they're going to restore that P-40. So they got so many planes they're working on at the same time. And in different, Chino's working on two of his airplanes. His A-26, the A model 51, and I think there's another one out there. So he's got three planes in California being rebuilt. So yeah, he's got a Mosquito It's in a museum, and it might be in another country. I'm not sure. I forget where the mosquito's at, but he's got a fully restored mosquito that's at some other museum that's on loan over there. So yeah, he's got a huge assortment of airplanes, and almost every one of them is flyable, you know, or could be made flyable with just basically an annual. You know, just go over everything, make sure, you know, that the pulleys are not rusting or anything, and the cables are in good shape, and you know, basically a day or two of work, and anything he owns is flyable. The P-40, yeah. Have you flown that one since you got it back? You got it repaired? Have you hit in the air? Did you balance the prop this time? I love that airplane. God, I'm so glad I bought that airplane when I did. I absolutely love that airplane. It's just so big, and it's the right model that I like. That's the P-40 I really like. And it flies so good. It's super slow. It's super lightweight. The wing loading is so light, it's ridiculous. And but it just looks so good in the air, you know. And it flies along probably about 40 or 50 mile an hour. It ain't fast, but it sure looks good. Yeah, well, you know, you could probably put the problem with that stupid airplane is the battery compartment is so goddamn small. You really can't put anything else in it. You know, about a 5006S is it. You can't get anything bigger. It won't fit in the damn, you know, the motor box is the battery compartment, and you know, you just can't get anything else in that damn thing. Yeah, not all of them. That one from FMS, you know, I haven't given up on it, but goddamn, that thing don't fly worth a shit. You know, I know if I put a flight controller in it, it'll fly good. Everything will fly good with a flight controller in it. But yeah, that plane doesn't fly good at all without a flight controller in it. Well, do you put the battery in the box and slide it all the way forward, or have you got the battery behind the box? Yeah, Kermit Prince is a bassist by himself. Yeah, yeah. No, he's got his own crew at his place that he pays to fix his airplanes, but he's got airplanes in shops all over the world being restored. Um, you know, and then like I said, he's got them on loan all over the place too. You know, he's got display airplanes all over the place on loan. So yeah, he's got a vast a collection of airplanes. Yeah, the 5000's a tight fit, but so you get it all the way to the front of the box, and you think it's still tail heavy? Really? Wow, I never experienced that. Mine seems to balance good that way. Um, from what I've I don't. It's never flown. At least I didn't think it flew like it was tail heavy. It always flies perfect whenever I fly it. You know, a couple of years ago at Bigfoot, I won a most scale flight award um, with that airplane. I think it's right there. Yeah, it's right there. My Bigfoot trophy's way nicer than those. I made those too, though. You know, Scott went and got these statues. You know, they're heavy. I don't know what the hell they're made out of, but they're super heavy. But it's a little small statue, and I turned them into trophies for him. And then this last year I printed them. I'll probably print them this year too for him if he wants me to. I'll be happy to do that. Yeah, well, you know, it's because they built that battery box. It's LX models. Their engineering, you know, is not that great. You know, I don't know who thinks up the way they put their shit together, but you know, I mean, everything is pulled closed with a string. You know, they don't have a push rod on an arm or anything. It's a string. You know, and it pulls the string and it pulls the door closed. You know, just really not well engineered. You know. But boy, they fly really good and they look really good. But you know, the way they're actually built and go together, not that great. You know, you really have to kind of fiddle with it. You know, I mean, I had to redo my A10. I had to completely rebuild to make a good airplane out of it, and then now it's a fabulous airplane. But it was a lot of work to get it into be a nice airplane. Yeah, you're probably right, Jeff. You know, the LX designers were the guys that Dynam let go. Yeah, that's probably pretty accurate. You know, the funny thing is, too, though, Dynam airplanes, too, you know, not the greatest designs, but they do fly good, you know. Great flying airplanes. You know, I love my Dynam planes fly great. My LX models fly great. That they're not the greatest built, but they do fly good. You know, so I gotta give them credit for that. Yeah, my LX what is it? It's one of the cats, you know, the Bearcat, the Hellcat, what's the mid wing one? What cat is that one? The well, I don't think you're not going to be able to get an 8S in it. You know, I mean, it's. I think the trick, honestly, is to put a different motor in it. You know, I think that's what I would go with. I'd probably put the motor out of the Carbon CT28 in it, and then try to duplicate that prop pitch wise, and you know, in a 3-blade, so it looks right. But I think that's where I'd go. Um, I just yeah I don't know how you'd get an 8S in that thing. Yeah, I don't think you could do it. I don't even think you could get a 7S in it. Um, yeah, I thought about it too, but you know it'd be a lot of work to trim, you know, whittle out all that foam and then build a bigger motor box, and yeah, I just don't, I don't want to work that hard on it. I love the plane the way it is. I'm not going to fuck with it. It's fast enough for me. I like it. I'm not going to screw with it. Yeah, I think I think this is my T28 motor right here. This is it right here. So, you know, that's a honking piece of metal right there, buddy. That is one heavy ass fucking motor. So yeah, when I did the unboxing, I took the motor off, you know, because it doesn't come installed. You got to put it in because the box is too damn short. You know, this would be sticking out of the box. So, but yeah, I think that motor might do the trick in the P40. What's the KV in? I don't know. Let me look. I don't know if it says on it here. Yeah, wait a minute. Let's see. 500 kV. It's a 1315 500 kV. Yeah, I just think the plane flies so good. I don't care that it's slow. My Corsair, which is sitting right there, my LX model Corsair with the folding wings, same thing. It's slow, but God, it's it's so beautiful, and the folding wings are so cool. So you're taxiing out to the runway with the wings up, and you fold them out, and it just love that airplane. They're I wish they were built better, but you just can't have everything. But that I think that's the best looking P40 that anybody makes. I think this Corsair is the best looking Corsair anybody makes. I wouldn't say it's the best flyer. It flies great. I mean, but it's slow, and you know, I don't know that I would do a lot of aerobatics with it because again, it's underpowered, so it's just not gonna. Um, uh, yeah, bigger's always better, right? Yeah. Yeah, I can roll them. They roll. You gotta. You gotta build up a little speed. I don't think I've ever looped either one of them, to be honest. I've done rolls with them, but I don't think I've ever tried to loop either one of them. Not that I can remember. Wow, those 2 hours went by fast. Last time I looked at my watch, it was 11. Now it's 1. Wow, that was really fast. All right, what did I do with my phone? What the hell did I do with my phone? It was laying right next to the Camaro here. What the hell did I do with my phone? Whoever you just it's right in front of my face, right here, and somebody just texted me to help me find my phone. So that's what Roy did. Thanks, buddy. That was funny. It's laying right in front of my face, but it was I was looking for this. All right, so I'm looking for the black face because that's the way it was sitting. All right, that's the way I remember it sitting next to the Camaro. So I'm looking for this, and it's laying face down, so. I'm looking right at the red back of and I can't see it because I'm trying to find this. So thank you, Roy. That was hilarious. Anyway, I was going to look at something here now, and I don't remember what the hell I was going to look at. Yeah, anyway. Oh, I know what I wanted to look at. What the hell's the temperature outside? Man, it says 64, but I don't think that's right. It's colder than that in here by now. God, I'm freezing out here. I don't know what the hell's going on. AccuWeather. Yeah, it says it's 62. This thing still says 64. I think it's stuck. Must need a battery. It's damn cold out here. I'm gonna go in. I think we're gonna call it at 1 o'clock. I'm just too cold out here. Yeah, see, I don't use my phone for anything but phone calls. I mean, I really, I don't shop on it. I don't, I mean, I just use it as a phone. A lot of people use it for. I've got so many damn computers, out here in the house, in the car, in the van, or in the camper. I got computers everywhere. So I don't use my phone for anything but a phone. I mean, I text on it to talk to somebody, or I call on it to talk to somebody. Rarely do I use it to do any shopping or anything. Very, very rarely. So do you find a movie or something on your phone and then cast it to the television? Is that what you do? My buddy does that. He don't have a subscription on his TV or nothing. He just casts everything to the television. So all he has is a phone bill. And when he wants to watch something, he looks it up on his phone and then he casts it to the television. Oh, you have cable? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I just, I mean, I guess it works, and yeah, I guess it saves money. I mean, you're not paying for cable and a phone. You just pay for phone, and then you cast it to the television. I can't really fault the logic there. I just don't do it. You still got a tube television, Jeff? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I don't know how you watch YouTube videos on your phone. God, that there's this the picture's so small. You know, I got an 80-inch television. I want to see what the hell I'm looking at. I don't want to. This small picture shit don't get it for me. I literally have a laptop in my living room underneath the television in a cabinet, um, like a short curio cabinet kind of thing. Glass doors, or glass pane, or wood doors with glass panes in it. And the laptop is in there, and I have a wireless keyboard just like this. This is my TV remote. Okay, right here. Got the mouse pad right here, keyboard here, and I go on YouTube or whatever, and I just type on the screen what I want to see, and then play, and then go full screen, and you know, and then I can switch it with the regular TV remote. I can switch it over to my antenna on the roof and watch anything on regular channels using the remote, like a normal remote, and watch antenna TV. Or I can switch it to, um, cable TV, which is through the computer again. I mean, Um, but I'll go to a channel like Pluto TV, for instance. It's a free TV service, and then I can go through the Pluto channels with the remote, and you know. So yeah, I can watch anything, you know, and I'm not paying for any of the services. We don't pay. Well, okay, we do pay for a couple, but we got Netflix. We're getting rid of that. I bought Paramount Plus because I want to watch all the Star Trek stuff. The new, you know, what do they call that new one? The new series. I can't remember. What the hell? Yeah, I watch everything on my TV. I don't watch anything on my phone. You know, like the video you want me to watch, I'm not going to watch it on my phone. I'm going to look it up. If I can't cast it to the television, I might be able to. I'm going to look it up on YouTube and watch it on my TV. I don't watch anything on my phone. Almost nothing. Every once in a blue moon. But otherwise, no. I like watching TV. You know, I like my big TV. I have there's a 70-inch in the bedroom, which that's pretty big for the bedroom. Oh well. And this one I'm running the show from is it's probably a 53-inch, I think. Pretty sure that's a 53-inch. That TV was given to me. So that's how I'm watching my show. The laptop's right there, but I can't read you know, I can see the picture okay on the laptop, but I can't read the text. So that's why I've got the TV behind it right there, so I can read the text. And then I've got 4 65-inch TVs. And those are going to be hanging out here in the garage, outside the hobby room area, so that when we're hanging out in the garage working on cars, it's going to be like a bar. You know, there's going to be TVs all around, you know. So while we're hanging outside, out in the main garage area, working on cars or just bullshitting, we can watch TV. There's going to be TVs on all the walls. So, because they're all old TVs, but they still work. So I'm going to put them all up, and we'll be able to watch TV from any angle in the garage. So it's going to be cool in here. Got big plans for this, and I pretty much have everything already. I've got a real traffic light, full-size traffic light. If you haven't seen a real traffic light on the floor, you just can't believe how big it is. Okay. It's about 4 feet tall, and the globes are, this big around. I mean, they're huge. It's a real traffic light. We were at a salvage yard, and they had hundreds of them, because they after so many years they have to replace them. The plastic gets brittle from being in the sun, 365 days a year. So they have to replace them. And when they replace them, they take them to a salvage yard. And you can go there and buy one. So I did. I bought one. I rewired it so I put regular bulbs in it and with flashers. Remember how you could put a flasher behind the bulb and screw it in and make the bulb blink? So I put flashers in all of them. So I've got the red lens, the yellow lens, and the green lens. And they're all flashing at their own rate. And I just put a plug on it, plug it in the wall. So I'm going to have that hanging out here with all the TVs, and then I've got. I'm going to do some kind of facade I don't know if it's going to be the Old West looking or maybe a 50s garage looking, or I haven't figured out what I want to do yet. But I'm not going to have steel walls, you know, the walls of the building. I'm going to cover them with something, you know, a facade, some kind of, you know, buildings, gas station. I don't know. I've got gas station signs, so I could put that up. I've got a big Coca-Cola sign. So yeah, I got all kinds of paraphernalia to hang in here. It's going to be really cool. So anyway, all right, guys, that's going to do it. I'm tired. I can't think anymore. I'm forgetting where I'm trying to go with those. You know. So anyway, all right. Well, thanks for coming, guys. Glad you're here. It was fun. Hope you had fun. We'll catch you next Saturday, and we'll catch you guys later. All right. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. All right. We'll catch you guys later. We'll see you. Bye now.